Hello, everybody. I am back. So, today we are playing more Minecraft. So, I'm realizing now I have to do one more thing outside the game. Alright, don't want to mess up the loading. So, that thing is going to have to wait until after it's loaded. There we go. So, there is kind of just one thing that's changed between streams. Not including this. This kind of changed technically. I just dug out the area where this structure is going to be. And that's that we are officially in MV tier. So between streams I said I was going to finish making more of the advanced machine hulls. And I did. I made one full stack and I just thought, well, since I've already made these, why wait till on stream to put them into all of the machines? So I connected them all up and I finished making the last 4 MV steam turbines, so I can now do a full 1028 EU at a time. And it's not really going into much at the moment. It's going into mostly that, and I bet you this. Yeah, that's 82, so that's most of it. 28 plus 86 is 114-ish, plus 128 is 240-ish. Yeah. So that's all of where all of it's going right now. Like, literally nothing else is running because all of those drills that I made at the last stream have already been used up. So, the plan is for us to start working on trying to automate various machines. Specifically for I guess the first thing we need to be able to do is kind of to automate making basic LV stuff so that we can use that to automate getting MV stuff. The easiest way to start is probably just by dealing with... what is the easiest way to start? We kind of need to automate steel pretty quickly. Because we're going to need a lot of steel machine... copper stuff. So we'll definitely need to automate Electrum, almost certainly. Gold plates, maybe gold rods? Capacitors, so we definitely need to automate gold plates. I didn't realize you can make gold wire. So rods themselves aren't needed for anything, so if we don't need the rest of this, same with gears. I don't think we're going to care about making lava with this. And I don't think we're going to care about this either. We don't actually need shitloads of ancient debris or netherite or anything. Will we need more than what we currently have? Maybe. Although, as I say that, that right there is going to be 64 plus 28 divided by 4, right? Yes. 64 plus 28 divided by 4 is 23. So that will make 25. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. 11. We might actually want 2 of these, so let's say 12. Plus 4 recipes here, so that's 16. We will need at least one of these going. If we need 2, we need to add another 4. I can't remember now. I think I said that this is a net energy positive. Because it's something like 8,192 times 500, which is significantly more energy than what it takes. So that takes it from 16 up to 20. I don't think I'm going to need that many amethyst shards, so it doesn't need to be higher than 20 unless I want to make even more of those. Just how big is this? Looks like it's a 5 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 90 times 5 is 450 cubic meters. Oh, this takes it up to 21. Unless I already have a netherite chest, but I don't think I do. No, so it's 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, because I need to make the space pants. Oh, I just realized there's no volume. Probably turned that off so I could AFK. Okay. So we'll need this for all of this, which will be needed for all of this. We don't need to do this because we can do this at the very least. So that saves us on one potential reason that we would need more than 25. It needs to be applied to your chest. It doesn't appear wrong. Just place that are rechargeable. Does this allow you to not need the spacesuit at all. So this won't matter to us because this we don't have to take into our calculators because it doesn't require netherite, doesn't require netherite. It's only these two that require netherite. Oh, this one just requires steel. Okay, so we don't have to worry about it for that one either. It's literally just space breathing that we need to worry about, and we don't need to worry about that because we have a second way to make it. And with space breathing, it might allow us to put it onto something other than, you know, like the nano suit, or later the quantum suit. So, arguably, we should have exactly how much netherite we need. With the potential option of needing exactly one more or 4 extra, depending on how much energy you might want to make via something like this. To 8,192 EU per tick worth of steam, so 2 of these are needed to supply one of these. SOC. I'll definitely need to have all of that stuff automated by this point. So this will have to be done via the mob crusher. I am falling down a rabbit hole again. How do you make this? End crystal, which requires ender pearls, blaze rods, and gas tiers, and glass, but glass is super easy. Salt, lava, and TNT. Or one of them to make a ghast. So this will get roughly 19 uses. Half of those will produce a gas tier, so that means it will average about 9.5 gas tiers per. It'll take one gas tier to make one more of these models. So that 9.5 gets dropped down to an 8.5 surplus. More than enough. Ender pearl. Well, interestingly enough, this actually produces the ender pearl needed 15% of the time. Which means we will want to automate Enderman models, steel, nether wart, and lava. Actually wouldn't be that hard to automate if we didn't want to go through this process. However, it's probably not going to be that hard to automate. Bunch of mob crushers, especially because a number of these are lava. Yeah, like, that's actually a pretty cheap thing to build. A little bit big, but overall, not that bad. Okay. So before I got distracted, I was looking through this and saying why I probably won't need to automate this. That's what led me down that giant rabbit hole that took like 20 minutes. We don't need the gold large plate at all. Gold curved plate is only needed for this. Don't need that. Don't need to automate that. It's not gold. Whoops. So the only thing we need to automate for gold is plates, because we need it for the capacitors. Actually, I'm thinking one of the easier ways to automate... Oh, whoops, didn't mean to take those off. easier ways to automate this will be to do just one type of thing at a time. Okay, a lot of these we can't automate yet, but I do just need to know whether I need to automate them as plates, or at least I want to know. Maybe it's not worth looking into right now. We will need to automate that. We also have to automate alloying in order to automate this, so I think I'm just not going to include it. Beryllium we can't do yet, blast proof, cadmium, chromium, that's more alloying, electrum, that's more alloying, emerald, inderium we can't do. Invar is alloying. Iridium we can't do. Lead. Nickel. Platinum. That's kind of more alloying. In a weird way. Steel. Tin, titanium, tungsten, and zinc. Okay, so for this, its only uses are for this, this, and this. This thing's only uses are for this. Which you only need to make more zinc. The only reason we would need to make zinc is if we needed to make brass. And we don't really need to make any more brass. We're kind of done with create. Other than maybe smart chutes, but even then we won't need a lot because the only part of that we actually need brass for is brass plates, which is literally one ingot to one plate, so that's super easy to do if we need to make more. So that's 8 and it requires brass. 8 and it requires zinc. 9 and it doesn't require either. So it is possible to do this without brass or zinc. Which means in turn, we don't care about zinc automation. Oh, bronze is also alloying, so we can ignore that. Carbon we will need to automate. However, is it worth automating this early when we're not going to be making qubits for quite a while? I'm going to say no. we will probably want to rework how we're automating things in the future anyways, so we just want to focus on stuff we need automated now. We need this for capacitors. This is going to need to be done for... well, eventually for copper drill heads. Analog circuit boards, that's a reason right there. Aluminum plates are going to be needed for electronic circuit boards. Although in order to do this, we're going to need to automate this. I don't think it's quite worth automating this yet. So copper, gold, iron... Probably for iron plates it'll be worth automating. Sorry, for iron gears. That's just not going to be worth automating. Lithium battery. Lapotronic orb pack. I see. Well, that definitely beats EV storage. It doesn't beat superconductor storage. Sorry, I'm starting to get distracted again. So, lead we don't really need to automate because it's only really useful for one recipe. This. It takes 4 to make one of these. It takes 1 of these to make one of these. It takes 6 of these to make one of these. So it's 6 times 4 is 24. And 1 to 1 means 24 is all you will need for lead plates. I don't see a reason to do nickel plating at all. Silver plating, same oh, silver has wire. Although I think I don't care about automating this either for potentially 2 reasons. I don't know if silver cables matter. They don't. So that's actually 2 reasons to not care about silver plating. 1, the silver cable doesn't matter. And 2, we would automate that at the same time that we would be automating other wires. Steel plating. We will definitely need to automate this. Although, in a second. Tin gears. We will want to automate that for making electric mixers, the industrial greenhouse, pumps. Number of things. Same with all of this. Huh, gears are actually one of the 10 things we don't care about automating. Like, we'll want to make 2 tin gears and that will be all we need. Do we need to have a surplus of tin gears for crafting, though? We won't need it for that, which means I think the answer is no. We'll only want to automate tin gears when we want to automate this other stuff. Specifically, wires. And curved plates. I don't think we're going to be automating making any of these. We'll probably just make one of each of them eventually. So we'll want to automate curved plates for making tin blades for making tin rotors. But we don't need a surplus of tin plates themselves, which means we aren't automating the tin plates as is. Do we need to automate battery boxes? No, we only need them for making chargers. Which we might need to make a couple of or make more of for trading or something, but as is, that isn't something that we're going to be automating. We won't need to automate these, we'll just have to make a couple. We also can't automate them right now, but that's fine. Obsidian plates, magnesium, launch pad, lazurite, we'll have to make a number of these, but it's still not enough that we're gonna have to automate it. This is actually a reason that we might want to automate whatever the base starting thing of this is, because making many of these would be very useful for teleporting energy around. Each one requires 4 of these, which requires 32 of these, which requires 32 times 32 of these. No, the whole point of looking at the automation of that was because of lazurite plates, which I can't do right now anyways, so doesn't particularly matter. So that's 1024 times 4. So it's 4096 for each individual one. So as much as we are going to need to eventually automate that, it is not going to be yet. Iridium alloy plate we can't do yet, so I don't know why I'm looking at it. Brass plate we already looked at. Advanced alloy plate. Machine frame. Lightning rod, industrial machine. So that one doesn't matter. So are there any other plates that I got rid of before? Probably because they're alloys. That I might now want to include in my automation process. Lithium, Invar maybe. Electrum maybe. Copper nickel maybe. Carbon, I don't think so, but I'll add it back for a second anyways. Okay, so carbon, just to quickly eliminate it as an option. Yeah, that's why, because we won't need it for quite a while, so. Copper nickel. So the answer is yes, but only because of copper nickel wire, which itself is just used for a couple things. Like, yeah, we will need to automate this eventually, but it's not going to be included in our automation of plates. Same with this, and we probably won't need to automate this. We'll probably have something better than the pyrolysis oven in the future, specifically once I start producing boosted diesel. Once I have boosted diesel on supply, I'll probably be able to go without solid fuel anymore. And then there's the nuclear reactor and stuff like that, so like $800 EU per millibucket. So this converts fuel into EU very directly. And at 800 EU per millibucket, this will burn 16,384 EU per tick divided by 800 EU per millibucket is 20.48 millibuckets per tick. And if we compare that to something like this takes 16,384 EU per tick, which takes 2 of these. Is there anything about the conversion from fuel to steam? It uses fuel 8 times faster than the furnace. Oh, that's okay. So as I see it, the end goal for fuel is going to be just to do large diesel generators. We aren't going to care about automating the other steam ones. Well, I mean, we are for the earlier game. But as soon as we can automate making the diesel generators, that's going to be significantly better because it'll be a very direct conversion of fuel to energy. Which is a rabbit hole I got into because of this, I think. Somehow. I'm not sure what it was. Oh yeah, it was because of the pyrolyse oven. And if I was going to need to automate making this. Because of this being required for it. And I think the answer is no, we won't need to automate that. But none of that matters right now. Because that is only useful for the wire mill, which this is also only useful for the wire mill. So we're down to one last one. We might need to automate it for that. And for that. Yeah, we are going to need to automate this because we're probably going to need to have a bunch of electric blast furnaces in the end game. And we are also probably going to want heat exchangers for ingots. At least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9. We're going to need quartz. And carbon automation, both of which are possible in an EBF. Steel we will need for a bunch of shit. Iron for gears, I think, is the what I wanted it for. Conductors and circuit boards. So this means we need to make six electric compressors. Well, that was easy. Already had everything needed. For automation stuff, I'm going to end up building this back here, and it's going to end up getting its own boiler. Copper, gold, iron, steel. Silicon and Invar. Of these, I'm thinking I want to separate them by if there is a other step towards getting from ingot into, or getting the ingot or not. And like technically these will have other steps, but they aren't worth considering for automation at this point. They will be end up getting automated very at the same time, but those same steps are going to be required for these. So that's the difference, is that this will require an EBF. Same with this, same with this. This also will require a smelter. This will require, sorry, this doesn't require EBF. This requires the alloy smelter. Which, let's do that next. Invar, bronze, and battery. Okay, so copper nickel, I think the answer we already know is a yes because of all of this stuff. Electrum, the answer is, I think, a yes because of the wire mill. We'll need it for this distillery. We will need it for the aluminum drill. Silicone batteries. Okay, that right there is the reason that we're definitely going to need to automate it. Oh, and that part. We actually won't need to automate aluminum drills. Basic machine frame. We don't need to automate this. So we don't need to automate that. This is a better deal for our carbon to steel. This is a better deal for our iron to steel. This is so much simpler that it's better. Invar. Well, we actually already know the answer to this is yes. Okay. Bronze. If anything here needs to be automated, it's part of one of the recipes for 8. It's part of the recipe for 9. Although I don't particularly care about those. The actual reason to care about automating this is bronze tanks, kind of, actually. That's more of something we'll put on autocraft than anything else. Bronze plated bricks, kind of. Although that is also something that'd be better for auto crafting than full automation. Bronze machine casings. That's something to... we might need to automate this at some point. I do think we will want to automate plates after all. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to need to automate a bunch of plates. Bronze, and we are going to need to make a extra compressor now. And Invar. And battery alloy, we already know the answer is yes. In fact, battery alloy, battery alloy, battery plates. BA plates. And that one will be making the curved plates that we need. Might have got a little ahead of myself doing it that way, but that's fine. So we are going to need to make a bunch of copper nickel wire and polarize it. Because we need an alloy smelter for this, 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 and this. That is at least 4 to start with. Electric blast furnace. We're going to need to make at least 2 of those. One for steel and one for silicon. Later we're going to need to make one for aluminum. I am going to very quickly run to the bathroom. I'm not even going to shut down the server. I'm just going to leave it running because I really won't be long. Okay. I hope you've enjoyed the serenadation of those guys. So battery bronze, Invar, electrum and copper nickel. Right, those two are needed for wires. Okay. Oh hey, how perfect. I had the exact amount of these as I would need for... Well, actually, we will eventually need to make more, so... Specifically for once it comes to automating aluminum next. Okay. And... actually, it's worth asking, how many things are we going to need to automate aluminum for? Well, for now, we'll just do the one thing. Steel and silicon. So this will require two inputs, one input. Each of them... well, for all of those inputs, it will only require one input hatch. So that's one input hatch for each of them, one output hatch for each of them, and a energy hatch for each of them. So the other thing is the alloy smelter, which requires the electric furnace, and we have to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bronze. We should really be putting what's supposed to go into this to make aluminum. Actually, this is aluminum dust. Carbon dust and iron dust. Carbon dust and quartz dust. Where am I getting my quartz dust from? Well, I'll be getting some of it from that. Quartz crushed. My steel drills will be granting me all the quartz dust I could want. Bronze is actually made of 3 copper and 1 tin. 3 copper, 1 tin. Four iron dust, 1 carbon dust. Two quartz dust, 1 carbon dust. I think that's the recipe. Invar is 1 nickel, 3 iron. 3 iron, 1 nickel. What is this for? Battery alloy? This is just lead and antimony. Lead, antimony. Lead, antimony. Copper nickel is copper and nickel. Copper, nickel, and electrum is silver and gold. Second. So, with that, we can either look at curved plates next, or... Yeah, let's look at curved plates next. We aren't looking at aluminum yet. So, bronze, we've already done battery alloy, copper, gold, steel, tin. And zinc. I already know zinc is going to be a no because it's only used for the zinc drill. Tin is going to be a yes because it is used for the tin blade. Okay, we're going to need to make an electric packer because that will probably be better than an auto crafter in the long run. Steel, we are going to need to do that. Gold. We aren't going to need gold. Copper. We are going to need copper. And bronze we're definitely going to need. So this means we need to make more compressors. And this is only half of how many we're going to need. So it is copper, tin. So EBF stuff, alloy stuff. Lead, antimony. Battery alloy. Copper, nickel, silver, gold. Nickel, silver, gold. There we go. Let's just move those out of the way. Lead, antimony. Lead, antimony. Copper, tin, lead, antimony. Bronze is 3 copper, 1 tin, I think, right? Yes. Bronze, battery alloy, steel, copper plate, so we need to have excess copper plates so that we can turn them into blades and drill heads. We need excess tin curved plates so that we can turn them into blades directly. It's actually the only reason we need them. So we'll end up running these all the way to tin router, because we don't need to store anything else but the tin routers. Rotor, not router. Bronze we will need to store. So copper we need to store, bronze we need to store. Steel we will need to store. We should mark when things end with a drawer. So copper into copper plates. Will that need to be stored? Yes. Iron into iron plates. This is for gears. Is it for only gears? Is there anything else that we will need to make a bunch of? I think it's for only gears. Auto crafting table. So this one doesn't end here. It's just going to immediately go into making gears. Gears, gold. This goes straight into capacitors. I know that. God, it's so hard to keep track of where everything is gonna go and where it all starts to figure out how much of the stuff at the start I need to deal with all the things I need to make at the end. So we do need to store circuits. So that is where capacitors will end. Uh, let's think one step further for this one. Where are the iron gears going to end up? And I think the answer is various drills. Pretty much all types of drills will require it. So when it comes time to automate many different drill types, we're probably just going to want to pull from a system that has stored up iron gears. At least until such a point that we end up automating for each one individually, but that will probably happen later. So this has to go into gears. This will eventually make its way to circuits. Copper plates will be needed for gears. Drills. And circuit boards. So for that purpose, it's kind of worth building up a surplus. So that's why that one's fine to go straight into there. Circuits is the thing we're going to be storing there. Steel. Steel plates we are going to want for transistors, gears, pistons, potentially that, steel machine casings, diodes, drills. We won't need to automate quarry tubes. Do all of these appear in the assemblers? Transistor, diode, machine casings, piston, gear, drill head. We'll probably want to have that on autocraft eventually, but we don't need to necessarily have it on constant. Yeah, we don't need to constantly be making oil drilling rigs. So this will just be something that we eventually end up auto-crafting, which means this can just be something we end up auto-crafting. But the things that we are going to have in demand enough to be worth making constantly will be gears, pistons, steel machine casings, and drill heads. 4 iron, 1 carbon. We're just going to say many things and call that a good enough answer for why that's immediately going into drawers. Silicon plate. This would be possible to automate at this point, though slightly difficult / annoying. But if we wanted to automate this, which we will eventually, we'll probably wait to automate this until we can do this version. Because we're going to want to do 2 separate chemical reactors, 1 for each of these. Which means we're going to want to do silicone plate making twice. Which means for now we're just going to say diodes and transistors. Diode. Transistors. So this is still just for regular plates. Bronze plates will be for bronze machine casings. We're just going to say many things again. Invar and battery alloy. Well, this one's simple. It's just for batteries. However, the fact that it's only for batteries means maybe I don't care about stopping it here. Maybe I just throw it straight into an assembler. And we'll just stop it there. Invar. We're going to want this for gears and heat-proof machine casings. And of course, the gears are for heat-proof machine casings. And for this, we are going to need tin, bronze, battery, and steel, something like that. Copper drill. So drill head and blade. Drill head, blades. Rotor blades. Rotor blades. So this one's not going to stop here because it's only going to that. This one, are we going to try and build up a surplus of copper curved plates for rotor blades and drill heads, or just immediately start trying to make both of them? This is so fucking complicated. Okay, I have to go AFK. And I can't put that off anymore. Okay. Be right back. Sorry about that. That ended up taking significantly longer than I thought it would. Okay, all of that is good. At least I didn't accidentally just fuck over the loading. No, okay, we're good. I've considered that maybe I should start with the end product rather than try and work upwards. Really, actually, we can't do anything with that, so it doesn't matter to us. Electrum. Nickel. Silicon, silver. Steel, tin. Refined iron. Zinc. Okay, so we are just going to double check against dusts to make sure there aren't any end products we end up missing out on. Copper, copper nickel, diamond, electrum, emerald, fire clay, fluorite, gold, invar, iron, conthol. Let's get rid of conthol. Lignite, manganese, not monzonite, nickel, quartz, ruby, salt, silicon, silver, stainless steel, sulfur, tin, you make soldering alloy dust? Oh. Tin and lead. Okay. This isn't exactly an end product that we have to look at, but no, I'm just going to ignore it for now. So, tin. It can be found via ingots. Synthetic rubber. So 111 plus 9 out of 81 divided by 12 is about 9.25 millibuckets per rubber. And if we compare that to this, it's about 10 millibuckets. Sorry, this is about 10 millibuckets per rubber. Actually, I guess I can just re-bring that up. 9.259 millibuckets of rubber, buckets of synthetic rubber per rubber sheet. And this would normally cost 6 rubber sheets, 3 silver wire for 3 silver cables. So it's 10 millibuckets per cable versus 2 rubber sheets per cable. 2 rubber sheets then is about 18 millibuckets. 18 and a half millibuckets versus 10 millibuckets. So this is about half as much in comparison. The This is an end product that we want. This is not an end product. This is an end product because it needs to get used for a lot of crafting. Tin is also a end product. Copper is not. Electrum is. Yes. Aluminum. Yes. Copper, nickel. No. Coil, yes. Silver, no. Wheels? No, I didn't think so. And we already said analog circuit board is not an end product. silver. That makes electrum. There isn't anything else that we might miss out on with it. We will cover that with silicon ingots. We aren't doing anything with argon yet, so we aren't worried about that. Are batteries an endpoint? No. Yes, actually, yes they are. We want to store batteries so that we can make a bunch of these at any time, and we will eventually need to be making a bunch of these. Need this primarily for redstone batteries, but salt water and chlorine. Quartz primarily for silicon, which we will continue to investigate later. Nickel is actually going to have a number of things as dust that it will be involved in. Stainless steel, actually that's the only one that it needs to be dust for. We aren't doing manganese or chromium yet, so we can ignore automating that. Lead is technically going to be needed as a dust, but we aren't going to be looking into that at this point. We're just looking for end products. Invar only used as an ingot. Gold only needed as an ingot. Fluorite. Hydrogen and fluorine. That maybe as an end product. Steel furnace. Fire clay bricks. I don't know, that seems also kind of excessive. This seems like something that's more so a matter of putting it on autocraft rather than having it all the time. Two diamonds for two, 2 diamonds for 2. So you can replace the steel with aluminum if you want to do it that way instead. There's no end products I'm working on at this moment that involve that. Silicon. Electrum will be figured out as an ingot. This is more of an autocraft thing than a constant craft. Copper nickel, we will figure out as an ingot. Copper dust, we will... Ooh. These two things would be nice to get on autocraft, but I don't think we're quite there yet. Or not autocraft, on constant crafting. Because we don't have the resources to make neodymium constantly. Yeah, so we aren't going to bother doing that one. Coke dust. Coal dust. And carbon dust. Coal dust. We can turn into here is something we will need to follow through on. But it doesn't actually lead anywhere, so... Carbon... Well, we will eventually need to make carbon plates automated. That isn't what we're going to do now. Synthetic oil becomes synthetic rubber. Cadmium, we aren't actually doing anything with at the moment. We will come back to bronze. We aren't doing this yet. Aluminum makes conthol. So zinc doesn't lead to any end products I care about. Is this something I actually want to make constantly, or is this just something I want to have on AutoCraft? That's something I have to kind of ask about every single thing here. These things definitely, these things yes. This... packer, cutting machine, assembler. I think for the assembler and cutting machine, it is worth it. And for the basic upgrades, which even though we aren't really going to be automating it, we're going to be automating soon enough. But this is just something I want to be able to auto-craft. So we'll be setting that up another time. We're not going to get through like any of this today. This is kind of just a day of organizing. Bronze. So we don't need to automate those themselves. Same with those. Same with that. See, now the question is this an end product? With the tin bolt? No. We only care about the pump. We will want to be automating the pump. We aren't going to need to automate the router. Instead, the router is going to be something we're going to have to get onto AutoCraft. I'm essentially trying to make only the things that are going to be used shitloads. So these get used to make assemblers and basic upgrades and cutting machines, all of which will be things I make frequent enough to make it worth keeping a large stock of. Analog circuits get used in, well, the specific reason I want to automate them is the electronic circuit, as well as drills, so that I have a surplus constantly being made for those things. Tin cables, it's for drills apparently, plus pistons. Plus basic machine hulls. Robot arms. Plus a bunch of equipment. Plus motors. Plus batteries. Actually, not the gold drills. this is going to be used for a bunch of things that we'll need. Maybe that, definitely that. That. I don't think that will be an end thing. And this is going to be used in a lot of my HV tier stuff. Once we get to that. So that will be worth having a lot around. Huh, is this an end goal? It's only really used in... Oh yes, actually that's why I consider it an end goal, because it has to be used in this as well. Although even that, does it count as an end goal, or will this just become its own new end goal? It's so hard to decide what I want to consider the end goal. Like, is it worth making this an end goal so that we have a surplus to be used for digital circuit boards? Maybe. And then do the same thing. Can you bugger off? Oops. As it currently stands, I would say these only qualify for put them on autocraft. Oil drilling rig, advanced large steam boiler, vacuum freezer. Yeah, I would say that these just go on autocraft. Rather than being a requirement that we must always be making. These are definitely an always be making. These will eventually be a part of an automation process, but I don't think it's worth doing so in advance. It might be worth doing in advance just for the basic upgrades. However, that would mean large pumps are worth doing in advance for the advanced upgrades. I'm going to say these aren't worth doing. Are these worth doing? Or am I just going to end up making them as a part of the process when I get to automating these? I'm going to say they're not worth doing right now. Motors should just be worth doing as a basic start. Same with these. So that way I will always have the motors necessary. These, of course, I have to do so that I can get those I have to do. I don't think it's worth worrying about those yet. And all of this came about from the tin router. Yeah, all of that is going to go on autocraft. It's not stuff that we need to have constantly being made, I don't think. Okay, now we're into steel. Honestly, steel itself is something we should constantly be making. Space boots, forge hammer. Tungsten steel ingot. Steel machine casings I should probably be automatically making. Diode, motor, steel furnace, diode drill. Do we want to make drawer upgrade 4 an end product? Honestly, probably worth it. We're going to have to massively expand our drawer system for how we're going to be doing things, so the rest of them will just be to reach this point. It's to reach drill heads. Steel pipe machine casings. Electronic circuits. These won't themselves be an end product. Same with that. These might be worth making as a constant solely because we're going to have to be making shitloads of oil drilling rigs and electric quarries. So this requires motors. Motors requires tin cables. This has to appear after. This has to appear after that. This has to appear after. Oh, can appear anywhere in this list, apparently. This has to appear after steel machine casings, redstone batteries, tin cables, and circuits. This has to appear after basic machine hulls. Also has to appear after electronic circuits. Okay, we're going to start organizing this by tier a little bit. So these four things will make this. This is just an extra thing that gets tied in with all of this. This is needed in order to make this, which also gets tied up with these three things. Eventually, we will want to be able to automate making these. Lithium is the first battery type that you can switch to doing it in the assembler and getting... Well, actually, no, sorry. These can be done in the assembler, but they won't produce any extra. This is the first time that you will be able to produce excess by introducing lithium, which you can get from clay and brine. Brine is definitely the faster way to do it. Motors have to be after tin cables. So we're going to pop them there. Large motors have to be after regular motors and after those. So we're going to pop them there. This has to be steel rod, bronze rod, iron rod. Actually, we don't want those on constant craft. Those are just going to be on auto craft. These have to be in constant craft. They have to be after the motor. Okay, so they go there. Can get rid of conveyors. We don't need to keep those around constantly. Those will just be on autocraft. Steel ingot. We will want to be able to do silver ingot. Okay, so we don't have to watch the silver ingot. We already follow transistors. I think these are more so things that we would put on autocraft rather than constant craft. Same with those. So nickel. Lead. Invar. Invar large plate. Electric blast furnace. Might be worth just doing the ingot itself and then setting the rest of it up on autocraft. I haven't looked at electrum yet. I haven't looked at copper nickel yet. Battery alloy yet. Okay, so I'm just kind of getting into the so that gets me to electrum cable. Is it worth making electrum ingots on constantly? Yeah, probably. Copper nickel. Same, we'll say that's worth making the ingots for constantly. Painting tool. Shift right click on block to set style. No, none of this. Okay, next thing to look at is this. Here's something that we should include in our recipes. I just want the plain fluid pipe. There we go. ME wire. I don't think those are worth using. So to make this, we just need steel gear and bronze curved plates, so this will have to be after steel, but there's no other requirements. Well, I guess after the ingots, but no other requirements. And this will need to be same thing. In order to make this, we will need glass. Might be worth putting glass on autocraft. Which will be about smelting sand. This will have to be after the item pipes, but before the analog circuit. These aren't even worth making. Is it worth having bronze on autocraft? Yes. Or not autocraft, constant craft. This is just used for batteries, I know that much. Well, and HV and storage units. I'm gonna say it's not worth having battery alloy on constant craft, because I'm just gonna be making all of the batteries on constant craft, so there's never gonna be a time when I need to call on the system for it. Antimony is just going to be used to make battery alloy. Oh, I didn't realize I put annealed copper in this list. I think the answer to this is going to be not yet. Because until I get neodymium going, which will only come from monzonite, which will only come once I get stainless steel going constantly. Oh, hey, that's a bit of a catch-22. I can't make the advanced motors until I get this going constantly, and I can't make these constantly until I get the advanced motors. Okay, so I have to ignore that aspect. So the limiting factor here is actually going to be the digital circuit. Until I get these going constantly, I won't be making stainless steel drills constantly. Which means I won't be making these constantly. Technically speaking, I will want to make these constantly, but I don't want to set that up yet because I don't know how I'm going to get the oxygen constantly. I could rely on this because we're going to have to set this up in order to get aluminum going constantly, which we will need for various things. So I might get as ahead as EV tier going constantly. Because other than that, the only other ways I have would just be to have an electrolyzer make oxygen directly. Or lapis lazuli. Wouldn't actually be a bad way to go about it. Have an electrolyzer doing that so that I can get extra aluminum constantly, plus silicon constantly, plus sodium constantly. Which we are going to need to do in order to... Well, I say that, but... actually... I might get this one going. I'll probably have oxygen constantly, so I can probably automate this already. Which means it's probably worth setting this up on constant loop with the vacuum freezer, right? Yes. Same with aluminum. That just makes this. This just makes that. This would make those. This is only useful to make that, so... Honestly, I don't think it's worth it. Because I'm going to end up having the mob crusher going, this is just not going to be useful. Because as soon as I get these going, I'll be producing excess lava. And I don't really need lava for that many things. So this generates 8,000 EU and it costs 800 EU. Yeah. That might be a thing to do with my excess lava. Toss it into a tank. Or make it so all of the lava outputs go into a tank, go into 2 tanks, with one of the tanks being prioritized to send lava back into the system, and the other being, or into the mob crushers, and the other being prioritized to generate some extra steam. Maybe. And we won't need it for anything here. Copper, is there anything we're missing? Curved plates. We'll come back to that one in a second. The oil drilling rig. So this is... we get 9... well, actually, if this is 2,400 EU for a 50% chance at 10, that's on average equivalent to a 100% chance at 5. So that is 2,400 EU for 5 gravel. 5 gravel here would be 1,000 EU. So this is just better. You know, I can get them both to operate at roughly, probably about once per tick. So that would make this one slightly faster technically, on average getting 5, but also you have to deal with all the other shit it's going to be generating. I mean, I guess you just would fill all your slots with gravel and then lock them so that they can't generate anything other than gravel. That just seems unnecessary, so the actual use for these is going to be for water. Yeah. Iron plate. Iron rods. Would this be worth making constantly? It honestly might be. I think it's going to be worth making both of these constantly as well. It's just going to require making paper constantly and synthetic oil. However, that will be part of the process. It won't be its own thing that we make constantly. Or it won't be its own thing that we store. So we're going to want to generate this constantly in order to make this, which in turn means that actually we're going to put this on this side. Okay. Yeah. Is there anything else that we're going to be making a lot of? Will we make these things constantly that we will want to store separately? We won't have to do aluminum rods. We're already storing most of that separately. We don't need to do aluminum plates. We're already doing circuits. I don't think we have to do diodes or transistors or the electronic circuit board separately. Do we want to make the silicon dust and store it separately? Okay, so we're going to order these things roughly by how hard they are to automate. Actually, Electrum is easier than that. Annealed copper. We aren't going to be able to automate this one until we get oxygen automated, and the only thing we're going to be doing that will be oxygen automated will be the process to make aluminum, and perhaps the process to make silicon. This only has one real use, so I don't think we're going to have to automate its store, or so we're not going to have to aim to have a lot of storage for it. Yeah. Okay. Now with that, we are going to destroy all of this stuff that we've already set up. And hope that it all comes back to being useful eventually. Can you guys stop just moving closer? So, first things first. Oak logs aren't going into here, right? I just want to make sure that they are. filling up our system at all. Okay. So if I do that... Oh yeah, they're not filling up our system, because currently there isn't actually a surplus. So... I'm thinking... So glass and silicon are going to need drawers of their own, as will the rest of this stuff. I'm thinking for the rest of this stuff, it will be best suited to quad drawers. These will obviously go in compacting drawers, and glass and silicon will also be in quad drawers. Do I want to do anything else in quad drawers? Specifically, this stuff, which I'm going to need to start putting in drawers. We're starting to get quite a bit of salt. I think everything else doesn't need its own drawer. But the question is, what goes in a quad drawer and what goes in its own singular drawer? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That could work. Okay, let's try and organize this by usage. The quartz, the carbon, and the iron should all be kind of near each other. Lapis, salt, and fluorite can all be towards the back. Oh. That's just annoying. Lava. Do it like that. This is going to cut off our lapis dust where it's at currently. Is there a better way I could do this? Like if I used item pipes? You know what, let's just... do this in... out, that, and that... Do I have motors? I don't have any motors. Should I have carbon dust on autocraft? I don't think I'll need to know. Do I still have motors over here? I do still have motors over here. Well, at least now I don't have to do it manually. So those things should slowly be being drained from our system. And now we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more compacting drawers. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, bronze. Do I have copper nickel? I do. Do I have any Invar? I do. I don't have any electrum. I can quickly make some. Okay. The electrum. Let's get my steel out. Aluminum. There we go. And the last one I will not be able to do quite yet. So zinc, lead, silver, tin. Do I need other forms of sulfur, or should this be moved to a different drawer? It should be moved to a different drawer. Okay. There we go. $717 free slots now. Okay. So where do I want to organize this stuff into the drawer system? So, do I want to... I don't think I care about all of this deep slate, do I? Like, at no point in the future am I going to need this. So the regular Minecraft things are copper, iron, gold, aluminum, redstone. Let's move redstone over to here. Next we have zinc. Tin. Let's go with silver next. Lead. This. This is more like these regular ores. This is kind of more like an alloy. These are all more like these are alloys. Invar. Okay, so it's going to be copper, nickel, bronze, Invar, electrum, steel. Finally will be annealed copper. Okay. Now, we need something for glass. Item pipe, fluid pipes. Actually, how many things do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So that means we will need about 5 things. And then this will have to be expanded later. Do I want... Actually, I don't want to destroy any of these as I build excess. once these things build enough to have access, they can just shut off. I'll have to make sure that I'm importing directly into the drawer access point and not into my inventory system. Okay, so let's do this, I guess, in the order that things are currently in, roughly. So the first 4 things will be glass, item pipes, fluid pipes, and iron gears. One, two, three, four. Cutting machine, that. Pipe. Item pipe. Fluid pipe. Let's help this system out by grabbing all of the carbon. The next thing that we can help it out with is, I guess, the lapis. I'm thinking what I'm going to want to do is move the drawer access point back by 1. And move all of this up by 1. I don't actually use this ever. So I want to pull this back, move that up. And then that way I can send a pipe directly into this more easily. And then tell it to prioritize sending stuff into the drawers. And deprioritize putting stuff into this. Actually, what I'll probably do is just say, hey, make this ultra low priority. And just let this operate at slightly lower priority so that other stuff gets used first. Okay. That is the iron gear done. Drill. I'm actually going to put these in opposite order than what I intend to craft them in. I don't really want to take the time to make 4 bronze drills. One, two, three, four. 1, 2. Bronze. For this, we need 1, 2, 3. That will cover that. That will cover that. Compress that. Cut that. Ay, ay, ay. Press. Cut. Ah, that's right. And 4 bronze drills. There we go. Rubber. Circuits. Okay, our next 4 items are tin cables, redstone batteries, steel machine casings, and basic machine hulls. Tin cables. Redstone batteries. steel machine casings, and basic machine hulls. Next for things, our motors, steel drills, electrum cables, and silicon batteries. Then the last things will be I must have miscounted. It's 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay. That does slightly change it, because now it means I need to account for extra things. Okay. You know what? There we go. I want them in that order. Dang, I don't have any silicon batteries. What am I missing? Okay, then in that case... Okay. Compress those. And the thing before that is electrum cables. We are going to double compress those. Grab that silicone battery, pop it in there. We won't have any of those, but I already know that I'm going to put them here and here. So I can put the batteries here and here. So we have to make the steel drill to go in here. Then that will be this, 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 and this, which means the next four things are these. And we have the electronic circuits. Do we have any large motors? No. Lapis, that is done. We can look at salt and fluorite. Salt. Fluorite. Carbon, coal, and quartz. And just double check that iron is done. Yes, okay. Run that through the cutting machine. Steel. So in order to make one of these, I need 1, 2, 3, 1. Plates and cutting. Plates in the top right. Start compressing those. That will handle that. And I'll have one extra there and one extra of those. Cut those. Make a large motor. One, two, three things here. Machine hull. Motor. This can kind of go anywhere after the regular motor and circuit. could swap those two things around. Might make more sense that way. Okay. So now I need to do 2 of those. I need to leave 1 of those. And I need to compress 2 of these. So compressor. So I left the 1 behind. Compressed the 2 of those. That means all of those need to be cut. Actually, 1 of them doesn't need to be cut. We're just going to have an extra one in our system. Apparently we made way too many steel bolts. Iron gears. So we need plates. Cut those, do those, compress those, cut those. And last one. Iron gears, steel drills. to find this. Unless, do I want it flipped? Put that there. No, I think I do want it like this. Pipe. Item pipe. This is -10, this is -1. Blacklist and blacklist. All of this. So this one definitely can't allow any of this stuff through because it will fill up the system and it might not go to the right place. This one, it doesn't actually matter. It'll only accept things that go into these drawers anyways. Six, 5, 5, 3, 6. Cobblestone, 6, 5. 5, 3, 6. Okay, good. So when I send stuff into the system, it does get deleted if I already have it in the drawer. So there's 2 more items which I haven't yet made. That is the annealed copper and aluminum. Actually, I can't make annealed copper yet because we don't have Conthal tier yet. So the last thing we are going to quickly make so that our storage system is ready for automation. Is aluminum cable. Conthal tier. Annealed copper tier. We won't need to make platinum. We will need to make tungsten steel. And We're definitely going to need to make this one. Okay. In order to automate glass production, we are going to need an electric furnace for sand. Nope, that's not the right kind of sand yet. Nope, still not it. Still not the right one. Yeah. In order to get sand, we're going to need a macerator for gravel. And in order to get gravel, we are going to need a macerator for cobblestone. So we need to make 2 macerators or already have them. So that will create what we need. Press that, cut that. That doesn't quite seem right. I might have done 2 extra ingots on accident. I did do 2 extra ingots on accident. Buckets. 1. Whoops, wrong spot. What is my quickest way down to a spot of lava? Actually, I don't have to go down. I have surface lava right by my house. Okay. Steel. So in order to make 2 of these, I need 4 of those. Followed by 6 of those. Followed by 4 plus 1. Okay, so we are going to need to go macerator into macerator into furnace. And it'll be this going into these. And that will produce glass. How do you make a dehumidifier? Oh, it's somewhat easy. The biggest problem is just that I don't have sponges. Piece of sponge. Oceanography table at level 2 is how you can get sponges. How do you make this? What do you mean empty space? Barrel. Can you? Well, I don't really have any choices but to gamble on getting it. Huh. Well, I can't actually remember why I wanted sponge now. Oh yes, it was for this. Oh hey, it's sand. Gravel, let's toss this in a macerator. I need to figure out exactly how far apart each of these should be. So I'm going to destroy them all so that the next time it rains, I can figure out exactly where to put them. There we go. I'll now have one that will give me a sense of where it is. So it's just in the middle of this and aligned with that. Dolly. How does this work? Do I just... Okay, and now move this one down here. Go. Well, this is just gonna break it for no reason. Press the one diamond. Now, where is the diamond dolly? There it is. To make this, we need 2 wheels, which means we need 2 steel plates. One more. I can just reach up for these ones. Move all of this down. Take out some stone. Beautiful. Now have the ability to easily take stuff out and put stuff in. I think I should always take stuff out of the inventory connector. You know what? I was gonna say I could just put all of these here, but instead what I think I'll do is just do 1 row. just get the dolly out. Then again, I could cover up everything by doing 2 rows. There we go. Now I can very easily, very easily get stuff in and out of here. I can no longer search through my barrels, but that shouldn't really matter. And we did all of that so that I could build this stuff without having to think about how I'm gonna get it into there. So we need the output to be here. We just do that, I guess. So that it can export glass. I kind of need to build a second setup of one of those over here. Although I could, for now, just do this. Where did my steel mallet go? Oh, it's in here. Well, apparently I don't look in here first, so we will just take that out of here. So that's 5 times 20 over 16. 5 times 20 over 16 is 6.25 ticks. Cobble generator. I actually am going to need to get a cobblestone generator Mark V in order for this to operate at max efficiency, but we can knock our very first thing off the list. Next comes the 1, 2, 3, 4. So that gets us electrum, bronze, copper, nickel, and invar. We are going to do this here. Do we want to just make one row of thing for alloys? So this one has to be... Bonds. Okay. I could make this cobblestone so that I can send excess. Whitelist, cobblestone. Connect that to there. Make that a higher priority. Blacklist, just take the output directly out of here. Copper nickel, copper nickel. Copper nickel. Iron nickel. And electrum. Which is gold and silver. Maybe we'll just connect it like that for now. It will probably eventually move. So those are now full. There we go. So it's keeping everything full now. So we already have spots for all of those, so we should see it coming in soon. That is taking from our copper, our iron, our gold, our silver, and our nickel. The nickel is going to run out quickest, which fortunately doesn't have any other uses, so we will still have plenty of iron once the nickel runs out, and copper. Gold and silver will just go till they're done, which could cause problems. Except for the fact that we have more gold than silver, so it won't cause problems. No, our electrum is done. Mallet. Oh yeah, I'm guessing different ones of these. Yeah, this one creates 4 at a time. This one creates 2 at a time. This one creates 4 at a time. And this one creates 4 at a time. So copper nickel is just going to go slower on account of the fact that it has to deal with other things. Bronze, Invar, Electrum. Okay, we are now generating those 4 things. Now we have to set up infinite steel generation, which can only be done via an electric blast furnace. In fact, the next 3 things can only be done via an electric blast furnace. And we can remove annealed copper from our list of things to make. Electric blast furnace. Aluminum is definitely going to be harder to do this for. So we need to do carbon and iron. So that means we're going to have to take iron out of this, macerate it, combine it with carbon. Pop iron in here again. And carbon. We're always making carbon out of our lignite. We're not always making carbon out of our coal. We kind of need to have 2 electric quarries going with bronze solely for the purpose of producing 2 different types of thing from the coal. Ooh, this is starting to get complicated already. I was hoping it wouldn't be until we have to start crafting stuff that things would be complicated. Because right now, if we look at this again actually, one of these will be consumed 4 out of 100 times, so that's 1 out of 25 times, so that is 24 hits, and you only get something 24% of the time, so that is 5.76 lignite coal ore per, which when macerated will be multiplied by 3, multiplied by 1.5, and then divide that by 8. So we're only getting 3.24 carbon per drill. I'm thinking we're going to need to move the electric quarry to here. and set it up to prioritize sending stuff into here. It's going to be like an entire system move. For all of this macerator stuff. Okay. So this is going to be the final step, which means the output for this will be sent into here. The input for this is going to have to come from a centrifuge. Can I make a centrifuge? Ugh. God, this is all so fucking complicated. I'm just getting overwhelmed by the amount of steps in just a single thing here. I think I might end up doing a lot of this offline. Or just at least allowing myself to work on it offline, and then whenever we get back in, I'll just start wherever I'm at and keep working on it. Because this is probably going to be a pretty long project, working on trying to automate these things. And the thing is, even once I have all of those automated, I still have to take the time to make the applied energistics auto crafting system. How hard is it going to be to do aluminum? Aluminum is going to be to connect here. We will have to do an electrolyzer. This is going to be our priority for getting aluminum. That and lapis lazuli. 2050. This will be getting us our sodium. Aluminum. Three, two, 1, 3, 4, 3. Sodalite is really good. Then for silicon, maybe lapis lazuli and an electrolyzer will be our priority for silicon. That's going to require soldering. There's going to be a lot of soldering alloy required for this, which means I'm going to definitely have to get on this eventually too. In an electric blast furnace. This will be required for this. We're gonna have to do that before any of that, actually. So we're gonna want to centrifuge raw iron in order to get our iron dust for this. And we're going to want to centrifuge coal and carbon. So we're going to need 2 centrifuges. For both of those. And then we're going to need 2 more electric quarries. So offline, I'm going to try and get 2 electric quarries. One is going to be for the alloy smelter stuff. One is going to be for the electric blast furnace stuff here. And that system is going to require a whole bunch of macerators. I don't think I made any of those, did I? I did not. So depending how much I get done, it might look quite different when we get back. It might not. But that is going to be it for today's stream. Let's pop some music on. Okay, thank you all for coming. I will be back tomorrow with Elden Ring. Thank you all for coming. I'll catch you all next time. Goodbye.